Yeah. Hi. So good afternoon, everyone. Uh, Thank you for joining this webinar. We will wait for another 3 minutes because a lot of people are joining now, and then we'll start the webinar. Okay. Yeah, you can give me just thumbs up if I am audible to you. My voice is clear. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Ashraf, I noted your point. I'll keep this in mind for the next timing. And surely we'll schedule the webinar in considering the day and the time accordingly. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Okay, I think the maximum people have joined, and I think we should not wait further because the people will go on joining because a lot of people have registered for this webinar. This being a comprehensive webinar inclusive of the spray drying technology for the high-end and the premium products, and how the spray drying facility should consist of considering the premium product production. So, without further delay, we'll start the our discussions on the our topic, and we will have the further discussion based on the selected pointers, the practical approaches, what we have established in the market. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen, and just give me your node when you are able to see the screen and if it is scrolling also. Okay, just a moment. So is my screen is visible to all of you? Dhruv sir, can you tell me like the screen is visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah, okay, okay. So I'll go on the running on the thing. Today's webinar topic of ours is specifically about the building a high-end spray drying facility for premium products, and considering the premium product, the essential design and the process consideration for the premium and the high-end product, and for the specifically for the spray drying facility also. So we have covered a lot of the points considering the basic as well as the in detail point of view also. But that becomes the interactive session, because today we are having as a guest speaker Mr. Dhruv Patel. He's a director at Spray Drying Chemicals and Private Limited. Just to brief about Mr. Dhruv Patel is a chemical technocrat and done his MS from the US, the Southern University of California, and is having more expertise role on the product development and the process development point of view. And considering his expertise, he has established the facility in the state of Gujarat in Dahej. In the name of Spray Drying and Chemicals Private Limited, the facility is implemented with the very high-end production facility with the innovative technologies implementation in that particular facility. So we'll have a detailed discussion about that also. And about myself, yes, my name is Shrikant Datir. I'm a senior sales manager at Shachi Engineering Private Limited, and I look after the sales function here. So just without further delay, because you're kept a lot of time already on the joining point of view for the our participant. So we'll just move forward the discussion straight. Okay. Dhruv sir, am I clear? I'm clear to you, your my voice, because you are very much clear. Your voice is clear also. Yeah.
Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So to all participants, today's what we are going to cover in the our webinar is that. So first is about the webinar objective. The second one is about the brief intro about the Shachi Engineering, the market demand and application for spray drying, high-end product in spray drying systems, and the essential design consideration for the high-end facility, the process consideration for the premium product quality, and the challenges and solution in premium spray drying. And the last one about the case study about the spray drying chemicals private limited, and then Q&A session. And they of course bonus point in the declaration. This time we have already have few surprising thing for the our participants. This webinar objective is about to explore the key design and the process consideration for building the efficient spray drying facilities that ensure the premium product quality, reliability, and the cost effectiveness across the industry. That is the main objective of our webinar, considering the high-end product production with the spray drying facility. And as always, like create an ecosystem that people can learn and grow about their each and every industry perspective, and or maybe to the spray dryer point of view also, or maybe technology point of view. That's why this technology webinar series started by the Shachi Engineering, so that this ecosystem can be created. Okay, so I'll just move forward. So brief intro about the Shachi. That I like. Shachi Engineering is a Pune-based company. It's 26-year-old company. We deals into the evaporation and drying technologies, which comes under the this spectrum of our product portfolio. The two business vertical. One is Shachi Process. Second one is the Shachi Environment. Shachi Process, we take care of all the products of the drying point of view, operation point of view, which directly deals into the product, food, pharma, and the any premium application or regular application like spray dryer, spin flash dryer, cage mill dryers, integrated fluidized bed dryer, bedding plants, spray congealing plants, or spray coolers, or maybe process evaporation plant also. So that comes into the Shachi Process vertical. We have the technology for detergent powder plant as well as milk powder plant also. Other than that, the another vertical called as Shachi Environment, in which we do the end-to-end solution for the industrial wastewater segment that encompasses of complete wide range from the ETP, UF, RO, and the final ZLD segment. Also, with ZLD can be with the conventional technologies also, or maybe MVR-based evaporation plant also. That already we have the establishment for all this kind of equipment here in the market because of this long journey of the organization. Yeah, so that is just a brief because everyone is known about the Shachi. So just about the product portfolio, I generally give the brief in the webinar. So to start with our webinar, the first to start with market demand and the applications from the spray drying point of view. Specifically, if you go the research reports shows the incremental values in terms of the revenue generation or maybe the production point of view for the spray drying plant specifically. So the sectors consist of the food, pharmaceutical, and the chemical. This is a wide range. Whereas if you can see the incremental growth like The food industry is going to the 6.2%, which may be constitute around 10.07 billion by 2032. That is what the research report says. So you can imagine the growth which is going to happen in the food industry segment, out of which the majority segments will come into the process industries where the spray dryer implementation happens. So this is the globally one, but yes, of course, it will go on increasing, and it will give the boost to the spray dryer plant globally, and that will impact the Indian market also. Same is happening with the pharmaceutical segment also. Here is the growth showing as a 7.4%, uh, which leads to the around 2.94 billion on the globally. So that kind of growth is going to happen in particularly this industry segment. And as you, these are the main three segment where the spray drying comes into the picture, and that kind of growth is expected in globally, which will also increment and give the impact on the increment into the spray drying facility at Indian market also. So that is what the market demand and application point. Just this slide I have given just to give you the overview, the which kind of market we are talking, the global way, what kind of expansion is going on, and how it is related to the India. Okay, so that's why I just give you the overall view of the spray drying facilities, how it is going to be increased. Okay, now coming to the main thing, like as our today's topic is specifically focus on the high end premium product by the high end spray drying facility. So how we should build the high end spray drying facility for the premium products. So specifically, if you see the when we say the premium or high end product, so which product we should call the high end or premium product? So there are the certain defined parameters which we listed here. So four parameters main, which consist of superior quality standards of the products, specialized functional properties, critical applications, and the premium market segments. So few examples I have listed here, but I would like to hear from the Dhruv sir, like as he is having already established facility at Saikha and already going for the day in day out complete production of this kind of product, because their facilities specifically mean for the premium product only. So what kind of product you are doing at your facility, sir?
Thank you, Srikant, for invitation. So basically, when we say premium products, we do manufacture some of the food ingredients, nutraceutical ingredients, some of the excipients for the pharmaceutical industries. We categorize this kind of products, very high-end product, particularly in these industries. When I say when why spray drying is needed, there are so many reasons. It increase the flowability. Uh, so when you require high flowability, you need spray drying. When you do the spray drying, there will be the consistent particle size distributions. So when you do the consistent particle size distribution, the functionality will definitely increases. You can control your moisture content throughout your production. You can do the bulk production as well as there are some kind of encapsulations are also be done through the spray drying. So when you say like there are lots of flavors encapsulations that can be done through
Right,
the spray
right.
drying, there can
Yes.
be some of the vitamin encapsulations which will be used as per the end usage. Some of the proteins require the
Okay.
solubility.
Right.
So there are some, when you see into the market, like there are so many sachets. So you just have to pour the sachets and you just have to shake the bottle and your drink will be ready. So that kind of high solubility particles requirements spray drying. And yeah, that's what we
Yeah.
call high-end products and high-end application of the spray drying.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So like means ultimately it having the high value in terms of your revenue, high value in terms of the profitability, high value in terms of their functionality, the properties. So all this kind of in totality becomes the premium products. So few of the example already given by Mr. Dhruv. So that's why the but ultimately all together it all in overall scenario, if you see, so spray dryer requirement as well as the complete facility requirement for this premium product spraying is altogether different as compared to the normal regular applications of spray drying plan point of view. So that's what we are covering here on the next slide here, and that is what the most important things which we are going to discuss about the particular from the overall view or the larger view on the spray drying facility point of view. So if you see the essential design consideration for the high-end facility is required majority of these 6 points we have listed here, and which I feel specifically covered by this spray drying and chemicals private limited in their Saika plant also. So which these 5 points specifically consider the system layout, the utility setup and the balance of the plant requirement, material of selection, automation requirement, energy efficiency throughout the plant, and the safety features. Okay, so these are the main consideration which is needed when you go with the high-end production facilities for the spray drying system for premium product. Generally, in anyhow, if any plant or maybe any spray dryer, if you go, so this kind of system anyhow it is needed. But when you go with the premium one, there are the special consideration inside this particular point need to be taken care, because when you say the system layout, so system layout anyway it is needed for the any kind of facility. But why it is so important when it comes to the premium product or premium product production, premium product quality? So why it is so important? So Dhruv sir, can you just elaborate on this particular points that how it is relate to the premium product production point of view?
Yeah, so when you say system layout, so whenever you plan a spray drying facility in your premises or in your factory, so this is a very well important point. So how should be your flow of work? So there should be there should be always minimum constraint of the manpower impact. So your flow should be uh, through the top to the bottom. So whenever we says it
Mhm.
like
Right.
we so kind of like in our when we set up our dryer. So we set up our dryer such way that like we the ground floor where we can do all the packaging area, because our facility has a US FDA approved facility. We have Korean FDA also, and we have some of the GMP and the FSSC to 22,000 requirement. So due to that requirement, we have some constraint of man entries and material entries, and so this kind of manpower entry and material entry has to be considered for your spray drying plant.
Mhm. Yeah.
Your wet processing is also important. So whenever we do spray drying, there are always back wet processing area. So where we do the mixing, where we do the emulsifications, where we do the filtrations, where we'll do the preheating of the feed. So everything has to be in the consideration, and it has to be that plan that like there should not be any contamination also. There should be the easiness into the cleaning also. So these are the some of the criteria which you have to make sure before going into the layouting and everything. So when you say utility setup and BOP
Yeah.
requirements, so utility setup is very well required. So it depends on the product to product. So in our case, we have to make sure that like our utility cost has to be on the bottom level.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Right.
we have considered for the hot air generator, we have considered the coal-fired hot air generator. At the same time, when we considered coal-fired hot air generator, we have to make sure like there should not be a black particle contamination. So
Right.
we have set up our hot air generator utility such that like we have kept the process air suction line into the plant area, which is a clean area. So from
Clean
that
area.
suction line, it goes to the utility line, and from that utility line, it comes back again into the plant spray dryer. So that's how we are just minimizing the black particles and the outside environment contaminations also. So material, when we say material selection, so
No, but sir,
uh,
sorry to interrupt, but this utility setup and the balance of plant when we say, because that's plays the very crucial, because when you go for the plant setup, or the complete plant is get set up, but the BOP generally that gets ignored by the lot of people, and they give the least attention to that part, because that is the least bothered part, but it is having the lot of impact on the overall production and the your product cost of production also. Because balance of plant consists of your support structure, balance of plant will consist of your
Yes.
chiller plant, balance of plant will consist of your boiler, maybe your hot air generator plant, and all these implications straight away impact to your spreader production facility. So that has to be designed very well, because I would like to inform all our participants here that, as Dhruv sir mentioned, like to avoid all these things, in their facility they have kept the this hot air generator maybe 50 meter away from the spreader facility, but the suction line it itself at the plant area. So that kind of ducting, you can see, imagine the people who are more aware about the spray drying facility, the ducting cost itself is very high. But the main criteria of the selection is to avoid the contamination. So that is one of kind of example for the high-end production facility for the premium products. So
Yeah.
this is what we want to inform all our participants, that kind of vision or that kind of thinking process we should set up when we plan for the high-end facilities, so to avoid all kind of these issues. Because this utility setup and the balance of plant is one of the main issue, because it comes with the main package equipment, capital equipment is having the separate capex, but this balance of plant and the utility setup is having their own technology and the own capex and the opex. Okay, so yeah, thank you, Dhruv sir, for highlighting specifically those points, because that becomes very critical for other, because we don't find such kind of thing in the other facilities when we go for the high-end production facility. Yeah, third, we were talking about the material selection, sir, please.
Yeah. So when we say material selection, so it depends on the product. So is your product corrosive? Some of the products are corrosive, so obviously we go to the SS316. Sometimes our dry section, sometimes we have a capex constraint also sometimes. So you can go with the SS304 in your dry area, so like chamber area and your cyclone and everything. But your wet processing section has to be SS316
Yeah.
only. Yeah, and
The
how to
weight zone
choose
has to be in 316
in
because of
316
the consideration of material,
constraint.
and
Yeah,
it also ensure the like material of construction again depend on the what kind of hygiene we are
water
maintaining,
content.
the quality
Yeah,
for specifically for food and pharma segment. Again, the surface finishing also play very role when we go for the material selection. So
yeah.
that also very important role.
Yeah, surface is like when you go with the food grade products. So your surface has to be dairy finish always.
Yeah.
So your
Yes.
equipment has to be dairy finish. You're from because it is very easy to clean. So there will not be any contamination from the outside and from the inside of the equipment also. So it is very well important that it has to be in the fine, shiny surface
Yes.
area.
Yeah, yeah. So
When
for this point, for specifically, sir, for this point, I think I would like to inform all of our participants, when you specifically go for the premium product, the surface finish play a very important role, because there are n number of grades from milk to be finished to the pointed RA to the mirror finish to the dairy finish to the pharma finish. So all these finish grades comes into the which are for all kind of MOCs, but that needs a lot of workmanship than the quality point of view, and that's why the people don't understand the why the plant costing so much. But one end, if we are asking for the high end, high quality, high surface finish area, another end we are looking for the cheap cost. So that may not be give you the balance on the understanding of the particular costing requirement for that product. So please keep in mind when you are selecting your material of construction with the suitable surface finish. Rest assured that your product is more. You should analyze that what kind of surface finish your product should be, so that accordingly that selection should happen in that way. Yeah, sir, please.
Yeah, and another is automation. So whenever I designed a plan, whenever whatever the plan, if it's a spread drying plant or any other continuous chemical reaction plant, I always make sure that my plant is fully automated because I need more efficiency. minimum because right now it's like very hard to find manpower, particularly unskilled manpower. So we always make sure that like our plant is fully automated. So even our spread dryer is PLC SCADA based and IoT enabled. So whenever I'm away from the plant, also I can see the all the data, all the parameters, all the graphs from the whole production. If there is any deviation into that process parameter, also we can get to know that like at this point of the time from that graph we've got to know that like from this area there are some deviation into the process parameter, so we
Yes.
can go back and check that particular time production. If there is a like sometime your outlet temperature goes down during that particular 15 minutes, so you can get back to those production bags that like, and you can check and recheck the moisture samples. So that kind of flexibilities and that kind of accuracy you will get whenever you go with
Yes.
the automation into the plant. So I
Yeah.
always highly recommend that like whenever you install any plant, you must go with the fully automation, because in my plant there are only one engineer who is just operating the whole plant. So there are only people into the packaging area. Even my packaging is fully automated, but like yeah, you need manpower to just put it into
Yeah,
the
some
pallets and
little
doing that
intervention is
shrink
needed, right?
wrapping and everything. Yeah.
Right. So that is what the beauty of the automation, because I would like to also just share one example about this, because as we do the business on the global front, and we have our installation in the like all Southeast Asian market, even we have entry in Russia also, we have supplied two plants. So for such kind of installation, we had a lot of help for this kind of installation, because our plant is completely with this fully automation plant, and we support our customer by sitting here in Pune and guide us them to how to troubleshoot, or what the process parameter need to be maintained, what kind of training should their employee should get on the, and all this, because because being an export job, it is not easy to give you the physical support straight away in a moment of time, so that's what, that is also the one of the another big advantage for this kind of the IoT and the and automation system. Yeah. uh,
Yeah.
Sir, yes sir, next point sir, our
Yeah,
energy efficiency point of view. Yeah.
energy efficiency. So yeah, how you can save your energy. So sometimes if you are running your hot air generator at very high temperature, like more than 300-degree Celsius temperature, there must be some provision for the heat recovery systems also, because your flue gas is goes
Right.
above 180, 190. At least you can put your flue gases into the stack at 110 above. That's the general requirement. So there is a still delta T of 190 to 110. So 70-degree delta T. So how we are recovering this kind of heat as well from the flue gases. So
Yeah,
yeah, so that
yeah,
kind.
right, sir. That's what we generally recommend to go with our customer, to go with recuperator system for such kind of application, where the heat recovery can be taken in the fresh air, and fresh air can be put up into the hot air generator, where it will give us straight away impact on the 30% of reduction on your fuel consumption. So that is very huge impact on fuel consumption side, and that gives you the straight away 30% reduction on your OPEX cost. That means you are increasing your profit margin. So that's what the heat recovery systems gives you the boost to your profitability. But energy efficiency point of view, another point we can add here, about the maybe through sir, about the pressure drop point of view, right?
Yeah, pressure. Yeah, that is also so. Pressure point of view is like it is a very critical point into the particular spread rank. So you have to make sure that like there are minimum pressure drop into the
Yeah.
whole system. So just imagine if you are reducing your pressure drops, your ID fan, FD fan, HP will drastically it will reduce, and definitely
Reduce,
it
yes.
will impact your
Right.
energy cost in the through run.
Yeah.
Actually, we have very minimum pressure drop in my whole system, particularly when I say my suction my suction area is into the plant, and I give that air into the hot air generator, and again I get it into the plant. So I have to make sure that like my pressure drop is minimum during the whole system of the
Yeah.
preheating of the hot air. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the safety
Mhm.
features, yeah, that is most important. There are so many, explosion happening into the spray dryers due to the cloud explosion, due to the powder explosion. Sometimes, when you spray dry some of the flammable products, just like encapsulation of flavors, flavors are generally highly flammable.
Yeah.
So whenever you do the encapsulation of flavor, you have to make sure that like there are no static charges throughout the chamber surfaces. We also install the explosion vent in our spray dryer. So if in case of explosion into the chamber also, the explosion vent will save the chamber from blast or rupture, anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So safety features point of view, just would like to add something on that part. So that also again depends upon the what kind of degree of safety the customer also want, because it is there that the basic thing start from the rupture discs and that goes to the explosion vent, because that is what the standard practice we also implement here. But few of our installation where our German clients involved, or maybe some corporate clients are involved, so they generally go with the very high end of safety level of spray dryer, where they go for the chemical isolation system, control isolation system, where they protect the main equipment, like like sir explained, like if explosion happens, the chance to avoid the chamber to get damaged, explosion event can throw out the fireball outside the system. But it should not go and avoid damage to the other equipment, like cyclone. If it is going and travel through the duct and damage to the cyclone, so how we can eliminate that? So there are the system which called as the control isolation, there are the system which called as the chemical isolation system, and also the higher level of that we can go as a flameless venting also. So that kind of solutions are available in the market. There are the specifically reputed vendors for it who do these kind of products, and they are known for that, and they are having their own market segment, and we generally work with them. So that kind of solution we also provide, and we integrate this solution in our spray dryer plant. But that is needed for when you go for the premium end product, because this product sometimes it is explosive in nature, sometimes it is very costly thing to from the investment point of view. But for the EHS point of view, that has to be there. So this is the main design consideration for high-end facility. Keep in mind, we should keep in mind for whenever they go for the establishment of the high-end spray drying facility. I hope like this give you the brief idea and the general overview, overall facility point of view for all the our participants. Thank you, Dhruv sir, for adding all these your practical approaches on this particular point of view. We'll just move to the next slide, where we are focusing on the uh, just a moment. We are focusing on the process consideration for the premium product quality. Now, to all our participants, like last slide, we are focused on the complete overall facility overview for the spray drying plant. But now we are focusing here that the process consideration for the premium product. So inside the spray dryer plant, what kind of process consideration we should take into account while going for the premium product production. That will be start from your utility section, that may be start from your slurry preparation section, that may be from your spray drying function point of view, and the critical parameters of it. Okay, so first what we identified is that the importance of feed preparation. So so as you say, the spray dryer is like, so slurry is needed, which slurry can be spray and the powder can be converted. So how that slurry should get prepared itself, so that is one of the challenge for all the industries who are doing the spray drying job. Maybe Dhruv sir can elaborate more on that, because he is doing day in day out work on the multi-product point of view. That may be of pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, their protein-based products. So these products are very critical in nature from the slurry preparation point of view itself. So that gives you the clear idea that how we should take the few specific consideration for such kind of product. So Dhruv sir, can you add on first point of importance of feed preparation, like homogeneity and the viscosity, or maybe any other parameters?
So this is generally a very subjective matter in the feed preparation. So it depends on what kind of product you have. And generally there are like from product to product, the feed preparations also varies. So like we are doing some encapsulation. So in encapsulation, we have some active part. So just like if it's a flavor, so flavor is the active part. So there will be some base. So sometimes we take maltodextrin as a base. Sometimes we take some other product as a base, and there will be some emulsifier. So
Yeah.
emulsifier, generally used emulsifier is gamma cassia particularly. So this kind of three things we have to mix it, and we have to mix it that homogeneously. It's that like it gives you a proper emulsion. So we check the emulsion. So there are so many methods to check emulsion. So we check emulsion. So we have for the emulsion we can use a homogenizer. We can use high shear mixture. So there are
Okay.
some kind of high shear mixtures like Silverson, Silverson UK. So Silverson UK gives some good quality mixing solutions, particularly for the homogeneity in your slurry preparation. Sometimes it's a very viscous solution. So how you handle your viscous solution in the feed preparation. So these are the few parameters which you have to take into the consideration. So yeah, and
Okay. Right.
other part is temperature and drying control for the consistency. So temperature and drying parameters are very much important parameters, particularly for product to product. If your product is a heat sensitive, so you will require the lower temperature exposure throughout the spray dryer. Otherwise, it will gives you the dark particle, or
Yeah, charring
the
will get involved.
charring
Yeah.
will be
Yeah.
happening. Yeah.
So
The
temperature and drying parameter point of view. So like there are a few applications where in feed slurry preparation also you need to maintain certain temperature. The retention time also we need to give to that particular temperature. And again the control happens into the dryer point of view from the inlet and outlet temperature profile
inlet
point of view.
outlet.
So is there any kind of product at your facility which you are dealing for where you need to maintain even the feed temperature at particular level? Any kind of thing you have, like any jacketing to the pipeline or anything, is it like that?
Yeah, we have so many products which get solidify at the temperature below 50 degree. So that kind of product we always keep it them more than 80 to 90 degrees Celsius, and our all the feed lines are jacketed. So whenever we feed our product into the atomization systems, either it's nozzle or it's atomizer. So before going into the atomization system, our solution has to be at certain temperature. Otherwise, it will get solidified and it will chalk the nozzle, it will chalk the line. So we do that kind of jacketing of the pipe as well. Sometimes some of the products are the micro sensitive, microbiology sensitive. Whenever you work into the food grade applications, so your product, some of the products are very sensitive to microbiology. So we need pasteurization of the feed before sending it into the spray dryer. So, but that pasteurization will also affect your product quality. So you need
Okay.
pasteurization particularly for certain times. So like 10 seconds or 20 seconds. So
Oh, that much of short
we
period.
yeah, that short
Mhm.
period. So we
Mhm.
try to we install the PHE just before the feed section, just after the feed section. So before going into
Mhm.
the spray dryer, it get heated through the PHE, and then it goes to the spray dryer. So that kind of arrangements are also can be also made for some critical application of the products.
So that becomes the part of spreader package, or that becomes the part of your slurry preparation system then?
That is
Maybe a
part
package.
of the that is slurry preparation. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The third point is of ours is about particle engineering for the size and the flowability. So that is the most critical point in the
Most
complete
critical
spray
point.
drying arena, because every spray dryer is designed based on the particle size requirement. If to all our participants, please keep your things about the spray dryer plant. Whenever you want to go with the spray dryer, you should be very much clear on what kind of particle size you want, and accordingly complete spray dryer configuration itself get designed accordingly, because for particular type of spray drying the particular kind of scheme and the configuration will happen. If you want higher end of particle size, the configuration is different. That is again depend on the what kind of application also you're operating, that is also the things are there. So Dhruv sir, how you, because you being a multi-product facility and that too for the premium product, so how you manage to achieve this particle size engineering, sir, for particular each and every type of
So
product?
actually, my spray dryer has a multi-purpose atomization system. So we do
Okay.
have in the same chamber we have atomizer, and in the same chamber we have nozzle selections as well. So
Yeah.
generally so there are also in atomization in particular when I will speak on a both part, atomizer part also and the nozzle part also. In atomizer also there are multiple heads, multiple wheel, multiple types of wheels. Some pin wheel, you have oval shape wheel,
Mhm.
you have micro pin type wheel. So depends on your the final application or depends on your product quality. You have to use multi-purpose atomizer wheels there are. So if you need very fine particles, if your solution is viscous, so for you need for viscous material, you sometimes people uses wheel type pin type atomizer because your
Mhm.
atomizer will needs some bigger area to flow your product because it's viscous. At the same
Yeah.
time, you need to atomize it.
Yes.
If your solution is not that viscous and you need very fine particles, so regular pin type, regular pinhole type atomizer is they are being used. In food type application, there are so in normal general atomizer system has for the bearing and that kind of rotary systems we requires oil into the atomizer. So there are new types of atomizers are also available into the
Yeah.
market where you can run the atomizer oil free, which is the foremost requirement in the food industries and foremost requirement in the pharmaceutical industries.
Right.
So
Right.
that is magnetic driven atomizers. Particularly, it can run up to the 60,000 RPM speed also.
Oh.
With that high speed, definitely you will get the particle size around 5 microns also, or sometimes below 5 microns also, depends on your feed material also. It depends on that
Yes.
material also. So higher the RPM, the higher the shearing effect and the
Yes.
fine
Yes.
atomization will be there. So at the
Yes.
same time, when I say for the nozzle, so we do spray drying with for the low pressure spray drying also, and the high pressure spray drying up to the 250 bar also. So
Okay,
when you
250
increase
bar
the
you have the facility.
yeah, so when you
Mhm.
increase the pressure, your particle size will your atomization will go down and down and down. Depends on your viscosity also. Sometimes the higher viscosity material you can't spray dry it at the very low pressure because your particle size, your droplet size will be on the bigger note, and it will not your chamber size will not allow it to dry properly. So you
Mhm.
need high pressure nozzles some
Yeah.
to spray dry such kind of solutions.
Yes. So
Particulars whenever we need sometimes, and this particle size is also particularly it also relates to the bulk density. So bulk density is very well defined, particularly in food and pharmaceutical industries, because sometimes we have to ship the material to the overseas. So
yes.
and the lower the bulk density, the higher the volume required for the transportation. So definitely it will increase your cost also. So that is
So
also vice versa, very much parallelly connected with the size of the particles also. Whenever we need particle size very effectively, we use spraying systems nozzles. So spraying systems nozzles has they have some calculations that like XYZ nozzles will
Mhm.
give you XYZ droplet size particles. So by that droplet size, you can identify the final particle size also. So there are so
Mhm.
many combinations are there that like you have to do all the trial and error, and definitely you will achieve. And we are doing so in your in our spread drive, which is supplied by Sachi, and we are doing successfully from last 4 years. So yeah.
So that is what the things are. So ultimately the main thing is about that has to be defined by customer, that what is their particle size requirement. So so to all our participant, like I would like to inform you that like what the automation system, Dhruv sir has explained that all facilities are and the technology point of view are well available with the Shachi Engineering, and we can support all of you for this kind of technology, where even with the high speed automation also, because in India this much of like 55 to 60,000 of RPM speed is not available at all, but the Shachi is having our technology collaborations with such kind of thing, and we have already established the plant for such high automation, oil free automation, where the contamination is also get straight away eliminated. So we are already having the running installation for such kind of installation for such kind of products and such kind of particle size requirement also, when where we have achieved the particle size less than 5 micron also. So that is from the particle size engineering point of view. But when we say the premium product quality, and then its most important point comes into the how you will avoid the contamination. So for that the CIP system play very important role, and how it is more related to the cleaning hygiene. So Dhruv sir, how your plant is implemented with the CIP system? It is completely automation, or how I think it is, and how it is operation take place? Any elaboration on that part?
So basically, I run my spreader with the multiple products. So CIP systems is a gift to me, I would say. So there are two advantages of CIP system. One is CIP takes very less amount of water compared to the manual cleaning. So
Mm-hmm.
when you do the manual cleaning, you will require approximately 10 to 15 kl of water to wash spray dry properly. But when you do
Mm-hmm.
the cleaning through the CIP systems with the particular nozzles, so your cleaning happen with the less than 4 kl water. And
Okay.
when you go through the uh, when you go through the whole things, so you will find that like uh,
The effectiveness of the CIP is
effectiveness
more
of
than the
CIP
manual
is more
cleaning.
than,
Is it?
yeah,
Is it like?
exactly, exactly,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So that's what the cleaning in place has to be there with the fully automation point of view, because supply and return line also has to be there. And I think the CIP also generally done in the stages, like it's with the hot water, then maybe it's caustic soda, or maybe the, where that again depends on the what kind of cleaning frequency we are using, what kind of products we are doing on the spray dryer plant. Because this being a multi products facility, you must be doing the CIP with these kind of things. Generally people go, some people go with the full tank philosophy of the CIP nozzles. Few people go with the single tank philosophy for this CIP system. That totally depends on the requirement and the product, what we are doing on the spreader and the quality needs. Okay. So that is what the things are. And last but not the least, like monitoring and the quality control measure at every stage. So like Dhruv sir, like you explained earlier, like you have one supervisor who completely monitor the whole plant because of this fully automation point of view. But what about the quality control measures at your spray drying facility, sir?
Uh, we do control quality control check each and every stage. As I said, the first of all is my automation into the plant, which is the main criteria to monitor our parameters. Once the parameters are okay, the product will come definitely at the best quality.
Mm-hmm.
So depends on the product to product. We try to check and monitor quality at the different stage of spray drying. Also, sometimes we check for the black particles. We check our HEPA filters. We particularly clean each and every air distributor systems. If there is any contamination, we try to make sure that like
Mm-hmm.
there is minimum sticking through the surface of the spray dryer. So when there will be the minimum sticking in your surface of this spray dryer, if your automation is properly, then definitely there will be a zero sticking in your spray dryer, and zero sticking into the spray drying chamber will give you the consistent quality definitely throughout your production.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dhruv sir. Now I think we have covered the process consideration also for the product point of view, facility point of view. We already covered process point of view. We already covered. Now the next thing what we are covering up about the, because for the premium product and that too with the multi product facility, what kind of challenges and solution generally the our customers faced, and one of them is about the spray drying and chemicals, because this being a multi-product facility, initial days you also might have faced a lot of challenges. So what challenges generally we identified general way, it is about the scaling up when you go with the increment in the capacity, the high opex, and the third one is about the contamination of the contamination risk in the product, and the heat sensitive material. So these four things which we have identified as a challenge to the premium product spray drying point of view. So how you relate this point to your spray drying, or maybe if you can add any other point into that, how you can give you elaboration on those points, sir, from challenges you face and how the solutions you are given on that particular point, like from the point of view scaling up.
Definitely. So whenever it says scaling up, piloting is much needed. So we do have
Mhm.
multiple pilot plans. We have pilot plans for the atomizer. We have pilot plans for the nozzle as well. We have pilot plans with the different type of atomizer also. When we just spoke that like we have atomizer, oil-free atomizer and high-speed atomizer pilot plant as well.
Mhm. Right.
So by setting your process parameter into the pilot plans will give you definitely the broader way and how your product is going to behave in the commercial scale also, because if you have, you can't waste your material directly in your commercial spray dryer. So
Right. Right.
generally people used to come to us also, and they also do we do have piloting facilities, so people definitely come to us and they do these trials at our facility also. So that definitely gives customers a brief idea that like how the product is going to behave when it will goes to the
It's about the
commercial
commercial
spread.
production. Right.
And when
Right.
it
So
says that, yeah,
so basically for this piloting, like means main thing is about the establishment of the process parameter. Am I right? Right.
yeah,
So rather than going for the direct commercial production, I always recommend all our customers are like before going for this thing, at least you should try once on the pilot trial. You can get the complete establishment of your process parameter, like inlet outlet temperature, what kind of deposition pattern you will expect, what kind of emission level you can expect, what suitability of the scheme and configuration of the spray drying plant. So we always recommend our customer to go for the piloting before going for the commercial trial. So it might be an initial level, it may be a very lesser thing for the customer point of view, like how why we should go for the investment on the trying point of view, let us go for the one. But that lesser investment will save your crores of rupees. That is what, this is one of my recent incident and the recent discussion which we had with our customer. So that's why I want to highlight this point to all of our participants. Yes, focus on the piloting. If your product is on the development stage, R&D stage, or maybe newer product also, or maybe if establish one also, if you want to have more clarity on that part, yes, piloting is the answer for that. Yes, Dhruv sir.
Yeah. Uh,
The
the
second
high
point is
energy
about
cost
the high energy cost.
definitely. Yeah, definitely spray drying demands significantly high energy. And so as I told you that like we are also doing tolling, so operation cost is very relevant to us. So we install a hot air generator through the coal-fired systems. And when you install coal-fired system, so there are implications of the contamination and the black particles. So I have discussed earlier that like how I have mitigated that by installing
Mhm.
my air suction line into the plant, and the whole segregation into the process airflow. The
Okay.
contamination risk are always there. So always when we design the spreader, we always make sure that like all the contamination area, all the gray area where there are the chances of contamination, you have to make sure that like you can be able to clean those area, you can inspect those area properly. So we what how we do is that like once we spray dry the one new products, we identify the gray area for that product, that like this
Mhm.
product has a contamination in this area of the spray dryer, because every
Mhm.
products behave differently. If your product is highly hydroscopic, it will behave differently. Your product is not
Right, right,
non-hydroscopic,
right.
it will behave
Yeah.
differently. If your product has a glass transition temperature near to your outlet temperature, that will behave differently. So different
Yes.
type of products we identify those grays area, and we prepare one SOP, and we try to go through those gray area before moving into the new product. We, as you said, there are different kind of chemicals which are using use. So for the food grade, we are using some Johnson and Johnson cleaning agent, which is very good,
Mhm.
particularly.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And for the heat sensitive materials can be dried at very low temperature. So heat sensitive material has to be dried definitely lower temperature than 150 inlet. And when you do the drying at the lower temperature, you have to make sure that like your product need high residence time
Mhm.
at low temperature, because low
Okay.
residence time will give you moisture in your final products. And by spraying your products into the low temperature, at the same time you need some of the critical parameter in moisture also. So in that kind of situation, you have to make sure that like your resident time has to be on the higher note. That's why I whenever I design my spray dryer from Sachi Engineering, I just told them like I need the higher residence time. So my the chamber height is not usual, it is much more than what is usual. So that kind
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
variation can be done during the design of the spray dryer.
Yeah, right, rightly pointed out, sir. So that is very much of the critical parameter while designing the spray dryer plant, that all need to be taken care while designing itself when we do the basic mass balance and the calculation for the airflow. So that is what that during these things play very important role. About the contamination, yes, you pointed out on the spray drying point of view, but I feel also it is very most important on the preparation point of view also. During preparation also we need to take care of all these things to show that product should not get contaminated on that point of view also. So that care also need to be taken when we take the overview of the complete spray drying facility. And as your facility is already implemented with all kind of HEPA filtrations, so that kind of things from the air point of view, ingress air ingress point of view, that you already taken care. So so for all of our participant, so these kind of challenges will come for the premium spray dryer facility, because this will generally the HEPA filtration, or maybe this heat sensitive material, or maybe a scaling up. This will not come for the regular normal operating plant, for that may not become. But when you go for the multi-product facility, the various kind of product arena, like food product, your protein based product, your pharma excipient, or maybe any additional product which spray drying and chemicals are doing. So for them, it is very critical to maintain all these aspect in their spray drying facility. and to maintain that facility, they have to set up their whole facility in such a way that the lot of auxiliary system will get added into the system. It's not only the spray dryer. That's why today's webinar is focusing on the overall aspect of the complete spray drying facility. So I hope all our participants have got clear idea about the what kind of consideration they should take when they consider the overall spray drying facility rather than focusing only on spray dryer. There are the pre and post parameters which need to be taken into the consideration while going for the spray dryer plant. Yes, spray dryer plant facility for spray dryer. We are there to support you for each and every step and each and every criticality for that, and we can work out together. So now I'll come to the main thing about the the case study of the spray drying and chemicals private limited. This case study means we'll just elaborate what kind of spray dryer is that and what are the base thing, because brief moreover during the discussion itself you have already got all the idea about the spray drying and chemical spray dryer plant. So this is the successful high-end spray dryer facility what we have established the 4 years ago and running till time continuously with the full performance of the plant. This plant is designed for the 2000 kg per hour water evaporation capacity, and the advanced technology point of view here this plant is implemented with the both the kind of automation. One is with the nozzle automation, second one about the rotary disc automation also. But as you the all our participants, please keep in mind, or you should know, when you wish to go with the both the kind of automation, your distributor pattern is also changed. So this plant is also designed and supplied in such a way that the air distributors patterns is also very different for both the applications. So this plant is having the two air distributions. Okay, once the plant is on the nozzle based automation, the air distribution for the nozzle based automation in the working condition. Once the plant is in the rotary atomizer thing, the rotary atomizer air distribution work in the running operation of the spray dryer plant. The precision and scalability, like Dhruv sir has explained, they have considered a lot of extra parameters in their spray dryer plant where they take care of the everything, like the monitoring point of view, PLC, SCADA, IoT system, automated CIP system, fully automatic packing system, and they have considered the pasteurization system in their slurry preparation section. High shear mixers are there, which are few mixers are from the imported from the reputed customer. And then the plant is also implemented with the complete jacketing pipeline where the heating also needed in that particular point of view. The pollution control point of view, the scrubbing system is also established there with their facility. So all even with the all statutory obligations is also taken care completely for this plant. We'll show you the photo of the overall facility where you can see the what kind of the level of this facility. So that's why we call as the innovative design, the state of art of facility, which is tailored to meet specific needs of the spray drying and chemicals, like whatever the consideration they have taken from because their basic need about the FSSAI, FDA approved facility, GMP facility. So all certifications they already have with them. And what they mean actually spray drying and chemicals is commitment to their excellence for their products. So Dhruv sir, would you like to add something on this? Probably I would have missed something on that part.
No, I think we have
Yeah.
covered during discussion as well, and you have covered a
Yeah.
lot. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. So you can see this is the facility what we have set up. So bay what you are looking at on the complete closure part on the sheeting. So this bay is considered of the complete spray drying facility where the all 2000 kg water evaporation spray drying plant gets implemented completely, and the beside bay where the side lures are kept completely. This here is the you can say the retention tanks, the reactors, the preparation sections. So pre section of the spray dryer plant is completely here. The ideal way, like the constructing of the spray dryer, you can see the first floor of the spray drying facility is completely into the civil construction. So here there is completely clean room area where they do their product packing, and from this area they have taken the suction line to the hot air generator. You can see the chimney. Beside of the chimney there is a bay where the utility section they have kept because it is too far from the plant. Okay, and that is what the ideal philosophy. The utility section should have the fire, because to avoid any contamination, because this plant is implemented with the coal-fired hot air generator. So that to avoid any contamination, that kind of distance, that kind of partition has to be there. This is completely covered facility from the contamination point of view, and the suction is taken from the clean room to the hot air generator, and again the hot air ducting come from the utility section to the spray dryer. So that kind of precaution is already taken care from, considering this facility product and requirement point of view. Already, just to inform you all, we are already going for a second stage of expansion with this facility, and the second spray dryer which the spray drying chemicals is going for, it is well ahead of the first facility. So this is the brief of that facility, which is the second plant coming at the spray drying and chemicals. This plant is also implemented with the complete nozzle and the other automation system. This plant called as the integrated fluidized bed spray drying plant. This is the three-stage drying we are going ahead with this project now, and all the provision from the complete dehumidification of the air, the tank preparation system, the slurry preparation system, and then your what you can say, the recycling of the product. So for the agglomeration system from the spray drying point of view, so all, and the CIP system, so all those consideration has been taken care in this particular facility, whereas the slurry preparation section is taken care by the Dhruv sir, because of his expertise in the product and the process development point of view. To give you all of you the additional knowledge about the spray drying, they also do the vapor phase reaction plant, which they are having their own expertise, and they are having their own product on that particular point of view. So that is also their one of expertise. You can visit anytime the website of spray drying and chemicals, and you can get the more idea about. If you also wish to go with the contract manufacturing with them, so that also you can go, because they do this kind of product complete, but the product has to be with the premium product with the high quality requirement. So that kind of product they generally do. So I hope all of our participant is very much clear about the spray drying facility requirements on the overall point of view. What kind of needs are there for the facility from the BOP point of view, layouting point of view, critical requirements point of view, and the spray dryer point of view. Always yes, and we are there for spray dryer to support you for each and every aspect of the, that may be a straight to the spray dryer, or that may be the overall requirement of the spray dryer. My request to all of our participants, if you have any queries, please drop down your queries to the Q&A section, and we will answer the queries of yours. Meanwhile, there is a bonus point for all participants. All the participants will get an ebook for a free for their on their email IDs, and the participant who has completed 3 webinars continuously of Shachi Engineering, they will get a certificate for the completion of webinars and the excellence in the learning point of view. So that certificate they will get from our side. So these are the bonus point for all of our participants. I hope you must have gained a lot of knowledge about the spray drying point of view, and let us have the Q&A and the things about what your queries about the things are. So I think there are the few questions from the let us see what people can. I'm just the questions, it is getting loaded, just a minute. Yeah. So there is a question from Vijay sir. Yes. So do you observe product deposition on chamber roof near atomizer after few hours of spray dryer runs, and actions you take when this situation comes frequently? So I think Dhruv sir, what kind of your experience with this question? Like any deposition on the top of the
There.
chamber? Yeah.
So if your spreader is designed particularly, I don't think so there should be that kind of deposition on the top of it. But like sometimes it happens if there will be some back pressure generation of the air. So generally your air flows from top to bottom, and your chamber is also into the vacuum. So there should not be any the deposition on the top. So you can check that, like if your wing inserts are properly kept or not. You can check that like if your chamber is properly into the vacuum. You can also check that like if there will be any vortex formation which is taking, if you have any observation glasses of your atomization spray, you please observe that like is there any vortex formation which is taking your spray again onto the top. So if that is happening, there will be some issues of airflow pattern or the distribution, air distribution, or there might be some issue with the wing insert as well. So I think you have to check this area and definitely you will get the solution. You just observe the spraying pattern from the view glasses. 80% of the your problem you will definitely get it over there only. If it's not, if you are not solving your problem with that also, try to change the atomizer wheel also. Try to get atomization through the different kind of wheels also. Sometimes you will get success in that also. So yeah, you can try this
Yeah.
trial and error and definitely will
Yeah.
get it.
Right, right. Those points can be checked and the accordingly action can be planned. But Vijay Singh again asked, like Vijay sir again asked about the whether our your automation rotation to airflow is co-current or counter-current. It is co-current.
It's co-current. It's
It is
co-current. It's
co-current, sir.
co-current.
It is co-current. There is again the another question from one of our participants. Yeah, Mr. Gaude. He said, like in contamination part, do you use direct fired HAG or indirect fired HAG?
We are doing
Yes, it is
indirect,
of
indirect.
yes, it is of course
Indirect.
indirect fired HAG because this being a
We
premium product,
and yeah,
there is of the
just
direct
second, I
fired.
want to add here. We are
Yeah,
using indirect HAG and all the contact parts of the processor is in SS310 in hot edge generator. All the pipes in hot edge generator are in SS310. So
okay.
though, so like it's in SS, so there are not even contamination of the rusting also in my processor.
Yeah.
My ductings are
I-
they are into the SS304, but like my all the pipes in hot air generator they are in SS310.
Yes. I hope Mr. Gowdy you got answer, but he has another question like, do you ever done spray drying for output size of particle is spherical shape? If yes, then atomizer is used or high pressure nozzle is used.
So it depends on the solution. If your solution is little bit viscous and it has a inbound property of stickiness, then definitely you can try pinwheel atomizer. You
Atomizer.
might be getting, yeah, pinwheel atomizer at the low RPM, and you might be getting a good spherical, little micro granular products. So
Mm-hmm.
you can get it over there also. And if you don't get it over there, then I think you should go with the two stage or three stage of spray drying where agglomeration happens, and agglomeration will give you the more microgranular product.
Yes. Okay. Yes, Mr. Kaude will also discuss in detail about this your requirement. Yes, surely I'll get in touch with you. Again, there is a question from Mr. Lonare. How important is feed pump selection in this application and what is most important parameter to consider?
Uh, Feed pump, generally when we choose feed pump, I always go feed pump with the one of the most criteria of feed pump is it has to be selected with the nozzle pressure selections. So one is pressure selection. So I have two types of spray dryer. One is diaphragm type pump, which we operate up to the 80 bar pressure. So I am using Warner pump, Hydracell Warner pump, which we use it up to the 70 80 bar pressure, and which is very good pump. I never had any issue of the leakage also from those kind of pumps. And for the high pressure pump, we are using a piston pump. You can use SPX piston pump, or if you want to go with the Indian brand, then you can go with the Goma also. I have a very good experience with the Goma, where we are using pump with the 250 bar, up to 250 bar, and I'm not facing any issue in Goma pump as well as, and SPX is best.
So there is a question from yeah, Mr. No, no, Mrs. Anuradha Mitra. If slurry content of 40% insoluble particles in water spray dryable, will there be a frequent choking? If so, then how to handle slurry
So
content
ma'am,
of 40?
so it depends on so if your product, if your solution slurry is a homogeneous, properly homogeneous slurry, definitely you can dry it through the atomizer. If you dry it through the nozzle, there are chances of choking of the nozzle. But like if you go with the atomizer, definitely there should not be any issue because we have seen that, and we have dried material up to 40%. If it's a very flowable solution, definitely you can dry it in atomizer. Definitely you will dry it in atomizer.
Yeah,
There should not be anything. And then if you, yeah,
but the homogeneity is the key one, right?
yeah,
For such kind of
atomizer,
application.
yeah.
Yeah. So I hope, madam, you got your answer. Like I have few questions in chat box also. Yeah. So here is Mr. Pankaj Kumar. Is dust explosion possible inside the chamber? Yes, of course, sir. Dust
Yes,
explosion is
it's
possible
possible.
inside the chamber
Yes.
because that is totally depend upon the what kind of product you are
Product
handling and what is the explosiveness nature of that particular product. You need to study about their explosiveness. You need to give your KST and the Pmax value for that particular product. Accordingly, the design consideration can be taken for the chamber as well as the other equipment also. Yeah. And there is another question from Mr. Shashidhar. Usually, which type of HAG is better, like a CNG burner, diesel, or coal-fired, etc., etc., from the view of safety and costing point of view?
Uh, for the costing purposes, definitely coal-fired is better.
Yes.
If you don't have if you don't want to if your margins are good, particularly into the end product, I would suggest you
Yeah.
should go with the CNG burner because it is very easy to use, very easy to maintain. You don't require
Yes.
lots of space also. Coal-fired hot air generator require lots of space.
Lot of the space.
So if
Yes.
you have space constraint, also definitely you should go with the CNG. Or in coal-fired hot air generator, it takes almost 1 hour, 1.5 hours to achieve the temperature. Rather into the CNG based hot air generator, you will get your temperature within 5 minutes or 10 minutes or so.
Within 5 minutes of time. So ultimately, it's also depend on the duty. Like the sir is having the multi-product facility, the large area available. They are, and the OPEX point of view also they are going with the coal fired, but it's a complete clean facility. You can implement and no space available. You have the CNG availability easily,
And we
so
don't have
you can
CNG
implement. And that
availability.
that CNG, I think, Dhruv sir, that size of the HH is also very short, and it can be
Very
implemented
short,
alongside
very
with the
short.
spray dryer itself, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that is also the but ultimately yes, OPEX will straight away impact because CNG is costly as compared to the coal one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is what a safety point of view. If you ask on the HAG safety point of view, so safety anywhere
Safety
both side safety can be taken because that is the
can be
main
taken care
parameter
of.
now. Now that
There's
has to be taken
so
care everywhere.
many advanced. Yeah, yeah. There should not be any issue in safety.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So I think another question is there from Mr. Manisha Lohare. Uh, what are the critical process parameters that influence the powder flow characteristics in spray drying operation?
The main and the particle size.
Yeah, particle size, I think
Particle
moisture
size
content
is
also one of the things
moisture
very
content
few.
also. Yeah, moisture
Yeah,
content is also a very critical parameter for the flowability
yeah.
of the powder.
Yeah. So the first thing about your particle size requirement, moisture content in the product, and the angle of repose of your product that gives the main characteristics of your flow characteristics. So angle of repose play also very important role. So that also you need to take care. While even given designing the spreader also, if you are aware and if you are known to angle of repose about your product, that also need to be informed to the spreader supplier so that the complete conical portion and the other patterns of the things can be taken care while the designing itself. So that is also the important thing. Yeah, I think yes. So Bismanisha, I think we hope we have given you the answer. So any other questions from any participants so that we can address, or I think we have covered a lot of thing, and then we can. So yeah, there is a question from Mr. Ashraf. Mr. Ashraf asked about the what is the difference between the atomizer and nozzle. Okay. So, so I'll just give you the brief answer about that, because that is basically the spray dryer comes with the two type of nozzle or two type of automation system. One is called as the pressure automation system, where the automation happens because of the pressure energy of the pumping system, and that nozzle is the static nozzle, where the automation happen because of the nozzles. Okay, the orifice, full symbol, all these things are given to the nozzle. Whereas the when you say the atomizer means atomizer, it's not atomizer, it's a rotary disk atomizer. So it is automation happen because of the centrifugal force of rotating disk. So that is what the things are. So that is the basic difference between atomizer and the nozzle. Dhruv sir, am I right if you want to add something on that point?
Yeah, that's good. That's a perfect.
Yeah. Again, there is one question. Uh, yeah, Mr. Sagarwal. So can we achieve SPM level below 100 mg per nm cube in exhaust air?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yes, of course,
Sometime.
of course.
And
Yeah,
it
yeah. I
also
would like
depends
to.
on the product particle size, fineness of your product in your exhaust system also. Sometimes you can add extra cyclones also, or sometimes you can add scrubber followed by back filter also when the things goes critical. But like depends on the product. We have to go through the product detail first, and then definitely
Yeah,
Srikant
yeah.
will be able to answer it more
Yes,
carefully.
yes. Yeah, of course, because we actually I would like to inform here, because we have the high efficiency cyclone available. We have already established installation where the requirement is 100 to 150 mg per nm cube, but with the cyclone system itself, we are achieving the 20 micron of outlet emission. So that is what the success stories we are having with our installation, and that is one of the biggest installation of India for the pharmaceutical excipient application. And yes, 100 mg per nm cube is possible to achieve in exhaust air, sir. I hope it is clear. Then Manisha Lohare ma'am ask again, the how do factors like pressure nozzle, rotary atomizer, or two fluid nozzles impact powder characteristics? Yes.
So very briefly, I will answer is that like atomization happens when you have a slurry, not solution, when you have suspended products. Generally, in that kind of application, we use atomizer. So it will not choke your atomization system, and atomizer will give you the very fine powders generally. In
Yes.
nozzles, it is a coarser powder. You will get the coarser powder also, and sometimes you will get the fine powder also. Depends on the solutions as well. And two fluid nozzle, it's the same thing. If you need much more agitation into your atomization, then two fluid nozzles are used in particularly. But that is very specific use of two fluid nozzle.
Yeah. So Mr. Manjunath has asked about how to get the bigger size granules in spray drying process. What will be the change in spray drying granules?
So the granulation, it is not about the granulation, but the agglomeration, I would say
Agglomeration.
agglomeration.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's not
so
the
the
granulation,
agglomeration,
sir. It's about the
it's a
agglomeration. Yes,
agglomeration.
right.
So
Yeah.
agglomeration can be happen into the spray dryer through the three-stage spray drying, where your first drying happens in your chamber, second drying happens in your IFBD, and the third drying happen in your VFBD. So basically, you just spray your solution, and your fine particles of the cyclones will attach with your wet spray, and which will
Yeah.
make the agglomeration of the product, and which will give you the bigger size of particles. Generally,
Yes.
agglomeration is used into the food industries to make powders which dissolve into the water very quickly. So it is, if you
Yeah.
want to make an instant soluble thing, then definitely the three-stage solution drying is the solution.
Okay, because this is what the scheme, what I have shown you, the what
The
the Spray
last,
Drying and
yeah.
Chemicals Private Limited is going for the expansion on that particular second project. This is what the facility where you can get the bigger size of product because of the agglomeration and the three-stage drying of the system. Just last two question we'll take, because we already crossed our limit, because the time was set up for 2 to 3. We are already 3:30 almost here. So just last two questions we'll take, and then we'll close it off. Okay. The Mr. Sangeet, here the question: to handle the finished product of hygroscopic nature, any humidity system to be maintained? Yes, of course, sir. Humidity system is needed, because every ingress point in the spray dry plant has to be provided with the dehumidification system. Dehumidifier system need to be implemented at the inlet air ingress points. So that what I have also shown in the process flow diagram, which the spray drying and chemicals is going for the next plant. This is facility is implemented to one complete dehumidification system. So that is what the advantage of the dehumidification system is, that you get the constant product throughout the year irrespective of the season change. So if there is no dehumidification, so you'll get the variety of the range of the product throughout the year, because the RH level gets changed in the surrounding atmosphere. So if there is a dehumidification system throughout the year, you'll get the constant product. That is what the one of the important factor when there is a selection criteria from the premium product point of view, because that is the critical parameter for this kind of facility. And the last question we are taking here about the what is two-stage and three-stage drying in spray drying? Sir, Mr. Gowdy, that is what we have explained, like what the process flow diagram. The two-stage means the spray dryer is always implemented and integrated with the second stage. The fluidized bed dryer straight away integrate with the spray chamber itself. It is not the separate arrangement. It is the integrated one. That is what called as the two-stage, because first stage of drying take place inside the chamber. Second stage drying take place inside the integrated fluidized bed dryer. And third stage, it's the external VFBD given, vibrating fluidized bed dryer, where the discharge product discharge from integrated fluidized bed dryer goes to the vibrating fluidized bed dryer here. So that's what called as a three-stage drying. This is requirement is needed for the to get the variety of application, variety of particle size, and the agglomeration point of view. So that is what the basic requirement and the basic thing about two-stage and three-stage of drying. So so first of all, let me thank you, Dhruv sir. Thank you for connecting with us for this valuable webinar and your insight about your facility, your practical approaches, what you do and how you do. And I hope we'll go on continue doing this, and wish you all the best for your the journey for this spray drying facility. And good luck for exploring other new ventures, like you are exploring this vapor phase reaction point of view also. That is also one of your expertise. And really thank you, sir, and for connecting with us and to give your insight to all our participants.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Srikanth.
Yeah. Yes. So, dear all, we are closing the webinar. So last webinar and from last week, we got a lot of feedback that this webinar link should be provided. To inform you all, this webinar link is not provided directly, but if you want to refer the webinar, you can go to our website. There is a webinar section. So till time, all the webinars are available at our website, and you can access all the webinar from there. Okay. So I hope we are clear on the webinar point of view also, and you'll get the bonus point, the ebook and the certificate for all our regular participants also. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our participants for connecting, and see you for the next webinar, because next month there will be another webinar for some innovative topic, and we'll get in touch with you. Stay tuned with the Shachi Engineering for the latest technology updates. Thank you so much.